Hello, everybody. I'll go up to the top and start saying hi. Calvin, welcome. KJ, Billy, Raymond, VMC, Wolf Metals, Jim Thompson from the Outer Banks of North Carolina, Billy, Garrett, BH, Furbids. Anybody else? Let's see. Michael Rose, Dennis Stewart, Silverman, MLN, Brian, Jolly Roger. I think that's pretty much everything. Let me get these giveaway going. Come on. There we go. Exclamation GAW will get you in on the giveaway. Crafty, welcome. Mike Schleiz. Hopefully I've caught everybody as they come in, but let's see which two people are winning tonight. Good news is, I do have a box for Monday. Either solo or two people can battle it. But after that, I won't have anything for Thursday, so I'll probably just do a quarter hunt for myself. The good news is my sister texted me yesterday. She had already gotten 2 boxes of nickels for me. She gets them from Wells Fargo, the tall brink boxes. And she had already picked up 2 like a couple weeks ago. And she was there picking up more, and she goes, they've got a ton, but they've been taped shut. And I'm like, the brown tape or packing tape? She goes, it's been cut open and then retaped with packing. I said, 95% chance those have been searched through, especially if they're all that way. So I would say don't get them. But she ended up picking up 8 boxes of unopened. So I now have 10, and she has a few more ordered for me. So at least that will help supply the drought that I have going on, where I ask for 4 and they get me 1. I ask for 4 and they get me 2. I ask for 4, they get me 1. So right now I have 10 boxes paid for. I've sent her the money. 10 boxes paid for that are the tall Wells Fargo brink boxes. So when I have multiple kinds, I'll let you guys choose which ones. If that's the only one, then that's the only kind we hunt. Exclamation GAW going on for the 2 people that are going to battle it out. We had 25 points, I think it was, the other night, including a proof nickel, war nickel. We had 30s, 40s, 50s, 09, 24. I think that's about it. So at least I'll be stocked up a little bit better. Still no pennies, but still trying. Ron, welcome. I know I've probably missed some people. But everybody, welcome. If you're new, these are the drinks that I have in my fridge that are cold. I've actually already got one out. And that way I can't cheat and say, ooh, I want that person to win. But you guess what I'm drinking tonight, and also the oldest year of the box. I would recommend at least into the 40s or lower, because we always find 40s and 50s. Birthday is this Sunday. I'm getting a wheel slot free, right? Sure, Calvin. Reminds me, I gotta get the wheel box or the wheel opened. But if you get any of those guesses right, then you get an extra entry onto the wheel. So you don't win anything extra, you just get an extra entry. So if you want in on the battle against someone else, enter exclamation GAW. Welcome, Vincent and KJ. And we will draw 2 people's names. The 2 from Monday are not eligible. So if you are here, you can still enter, because we will be doing a 25 like giveaway, because I show 24, so I'm pretty sure it's probably going to be 25, because I'm always one less than everybody shows. So if you haven't hit that like button, do that. Elizabeth has been a member for 2 months. Thank you, Elizabeth. I hopefully have the echo figured out. I finally went into the Windows settings and basically made it so that it will not pick it up. And I tested it, and it didn't have any of the little bars moving like it was before. So hopefully that is fixed. Smoker, welcome. So if the 2 that won on Monday, you can still enter, because it'll be for the giveaway, for the 25 like. It's just if you get drawn when I'm doing the boxes, then we'll just pass it on to the next person. So you are welcome to enter, because it'll be a mix of the 25 like and the start of stream giveaway from Furbids Finds. We've got 8 minutes left to enter. Only 22 people have entered. So it looks like everybody that is watching currently. But we will see what we get. And then I'll also, and so that everybody knows I'm the next one. I'll also go through drinks and years and make sure we have everything in there. Because some people choose a drink and then later a year, or they'll choose a year and then a drink. And some people do both drink and a year. So when it's a drink and then another entry for a year, puts 2 slots, and so I just combine them together. Hey, Lynn, welcome. Exclamation GAW, Muscle Shell, welcome. We'll get you in on the drawing for the box battle. 2 lucky winners tonight. This is the second box of the 2 that Furvids Finds donated. She's cooking a snack. Hopefully something yummy. Donkey Socks, welcome. Exclamation GAW. This will be for both. The first two names drawn will be for the box battle. If someone from the other night wins, we will use that as the 25 likes. So I'm just going to do them all so people don't have to enter multiple times. So we will draw two new people that did not win. So pretty much everybody except for two people. Tim Ivans, welcome. And it will be the 25 like giveaway at the same time. We're already at 30 likes, so another 20 and we'll be at 50, and that'll be another giveaway. If anybody's in here lurking and wondering what the heck I'm doing, these are drinks that I have in my fridge that are cold. I actually have one out right now. And you also get to choose the oldest year in the box. I would recommend going at least into the 40s. I don't think I've ever had a stream without 40s and 50s. So I would say at least the 40s. If you're right, you get your name on the Wheel of Names. That is throughout the night. And that is like the guessing names that we do for the nickels, the drinks, that sort of thing. Those names go on the wheel, and at the end of the night, we spin the wheel, and if you win, then you get a copper round, or you can bank it. You do not have to be present to win the wheel, because that is throughout the night. So you just have to still claim your prize, but you do not have to be here to win the wheel. So when we draw the two names, I will start the timer, and I'll just need you to type in anything, even a letter, whatever, to claim your prize. I didn't do that the other night because I saw, the people were chatting at the same time, so obviously they were there. And if I see you, then I won't worry about that. Hey, Jenna. So the exclamation GAW will be for the two box battle players, and also the 25 like giveaway. Grimwall's Coins, howdy. If you're wondering what we're doing, these are drinks I have in my fridge. You get to choose what I'm drinking, and also the oldest nickel of the box. I would recommend at least into the 40s or lower. If you get it right, you get your name on a wheel of names that is throughout the night from when we do guessing games and things. And if you are correct, you get an extra slot on the wheel what we spin at the end of the night. You don't have to be present to win the wheel, but unlike a 25 like giveaway or the opening of stream, you do have to be present. If you win the wheel, you can email and ask for a code to get a copper round off my website, or you can bank it for later. Whatever way you would like. We have 2 minutes and 25 seconds left before we close the entries. You can still get the drinks and years in because I'll let that run until we're done with the guessing. But yes, when my sister comes up for the 4th, I will have right now 10 tall box Brinks boxes from Wells Fargo. So that will be to supplement the few that I've been getting. Even though I've been asking for 4, I'll get 1, sometimes 2. So I've gone through all my extra supply. So I've got 1 nickel box left. So if you do want a single hunt, that's available on my website. If you want to battle someone else, then that is also available. If someone buys a box to hunt for themselves and then someone else puts in for a box battle, you'll just go on the next time I have a box, so whatever comes in first. So if I have one person with a box battle, and someone else gets a full box, let it go for a small time, and then if no one gets a second box battle person, then I'll let the full box person win it. 50 seconds, 5-0. This will be for the first two names, will be for the giveaway, and then we'll draw for the 25 like giveaway. We're currently at 35 likes, so another 15 more, and we'll do a 50. So you don't have to enter multiple times. It'll only let you enter once, but we're just going to use the start a stream giveaway for the donated box as also the 25 like. So we will do all of that. You got 6 seconds. You're still eligible to enter drinks and stuff, but that is now closed. You'd had 15 minutes to get in. We have 31 people in here. Very good. So the first two names will be Elizabeth Flood. You are the first contestant to box battle. And I see you in here, so I'm not going to worry about having that, because I just saw you say, "Hi, gatita." All right, second winner of the box is Joe Minnick. Joe, you are the second winner. Hopefully you are here. I'm not watching the stream right yet, but if you do type in something, even a letter, that way I know that you're here. I'm trying to watch for your name, but haven't seen it yet. Awesome, here. Okay, perfect. Now we will do the next winner, which is the 25 like giveaway. And that winner of that 25 likes is Civ 5. Congrats, Civ 5. Collectibles. I'm going to give you some points if you're still in here, so you can gamble. Welcome to the stream, by the way. All right. We will close the entries for the drinks now that we've got all that taken care of. And let me get that drink list open and do my normal stuff like sorting it and everything. So give me just a moment. So much easier to do it this way. It would help if I did it correctly. There we go. Going down the list, just looking to see if we have drinks and years. Civ 5, yep, we got yours. So I'm going to move that up and get rid of that one. Donkey Socks, you had Pepsi Zero and 47. So I'll move that one up. Muscle Shell, I have Fanta Orange Zero, but I don't see a year. So if you want to put a year in, let me know. Get Joe on there. Joe said Mountain Dew Baja. Which Baja, Cabo or Tropical? Because there's two different ones. Cabo, okay. Muscle Shell, are you still in here? I don't see a year. If you did, I didn't see it come through. Elizabeth, let me get you in here. You had Dr. Pepper Cherry and 1946. All right, so I'm going to run down the list of names. Right now for year-end drink, I have Bellows, BH, Billy, Brian, Calvin, Cap, Civ 5, Crafty, David, Dennis, Donkey Socks, Furvids, Garrett, Gatita, Jim, KJ, Maple Leaf, Michael Rose, Mike Schleiz, Muscle Shell. Do not have a year for you. New Marshall in town, Raymond, Ron, Silverman or Old Bell, Smoker, Jolly Roger, Tim Ivins, Vincent, VMC, Elizabeth Flood, and Joe Minnick. I do have a duplicate name on there, so I've got to take that one off. Brian, it didn't put your drink on, but I see it says black cherry. I'm not sure why it didn't put that in there. Dennis, you had Orange Crush. I don't have Orange Crush, but I do have the Orange Fanta, so I'll put Orange Fanta down. And Raymond, you have Mountain Dewies, Baja. You're good. You had Tropical Citrus. Smoker had Mountain Dew Tropical Citrus. Okay. I'll sort it by the drink and see who won. If anybody saw Muscle Shell's year, let me know, because I didn't see it. The drink winners are, let me even find out what we have tonight. For some reason that one didn't populate, so I had to fix that one. All right, we have just making sure. We do not have a winner tonight. There were some that were close, some that were one that was even closer. We had Cap, David, Donkey, and VMC had Pepsi Zero. Maple Leaf had Pepsi Cherry Zero. But it's Pepsi Cherry Zero Cream. And yes, I made sure it was different on the list. So 4 of you had that. 1 of you had that. Only missed it by not typing in cream. So there we go. All right. Yes, there. It's basically hearts. Hey, Fleabag. Had to put my divider in. Don't see any like buffalo enders or anything, so no war enders. Yep, no date for Muscle Shell. Hey, Walker. What was that? Jim Thompson just tipped $10. Thank you, Jim. Very much appreciated. All right, we have box side 1 and box side 2. I'm just going to put your names on these so I don't get them messed up. And I found using this makes it very even for the box. All right. Let's see. Oh, let's do this. There. Now we know who is what. We'll be looking for... Hey, we have found a V-nickel once for a hunter. I found one for myself once. That was my very first recap video. Pull out the 64 Denvers. We'll go through those at the end of each half. Hopefully the echo is fixed. I had to go into the Windows settings because Streamlab was still making it echo. So I had to go in and disable the mic. 1939. Hopefully everybody has had a good week. My kids are on their cruise with their mom, so they haven't called me any of those nights because they went from San Diego going down like Ensenada, I think it was, and basically the coast of Mexico. So I haven't had a call from them since Monday night, because they left, well, they got up at 4:30 Monday morning to leave to drive to San Diego. Yeah, I saw the tracking. It's, of course, always crazy. I have never been on a cruise before either. We don't really, oops, I guess there's still half of it to go. Have really like cared. I mean, if I won one, great. If I got it for way cheap or something, great. But it's just not one of those that it's like, oh, I want to go. And some people love going on. Each their own. Maybe if I went on one, I'd like it. I don't know. But it's just never appealed. Hey, Cal. I'm going to call you Cal instead of Callie. Look at you on. It's easy to say Callie, but then yes. When I was sending your package from the other night, I noticed that you lived in an area very near where I lived for a short while. We do have our first find. So you can get a guess in if you want. If you get it exactly on and you're the only one, you get double entries, or you can choose an X2. The default is you get double entries if you're the only one exactly on. But if I see you put X2 in the chat, if you win, instead of two names, you get an X2 behind your name, which means you get double the prize if you win. So it's either two entries or gamble for a double win. And like I said, if I don't see an X2, I will look for it. But if I don't see it and say, oh, you got an X2, then the default is two names. Thank you, VMC. let Smoker and Donkey Socks get in on that one, because I hadn't shown it yet. It is a 1959 59 59 59. So 1 point. That means if there was nothing else in the box, you would win with 1 point. That would be a very crappy box. And I would not let you guys go hungry. 63 Philly. Wow. Oh, yes, I forgot to do that. Sorry. No 59s, just a bunch of 58s. Let's go see who we had. 58 was Jim, KJ, VMC, Calvin, Jim, KJ, VMC, and Calvin. Yep, that's good. At least I didn't miss someone myself. It's kind of weird. The last 2 mornings I've woken up about 15 minutes before my alarm went off both days. I did go dump 4 more boxes of halves today at lunch. Well, right before lunch. I've still got another 3.5 boxes to bust open and dump. Which it was kind of nice that I did that, because yesterday, like I said, I sent my sister $800. Because she has been getting me some extra boxes of nickels. See, I do have a BEP strap. 042-55001 all the way up until 100. If it was 5 packs later, I could have had a 042-55555. I have that one, and then I have a few additional like sets, triple, quad, consecutives. And those do sell, not for like a ton of money or anything, but it's always a little bit extra because people like BEP packs. Let's pin that one. Thank you, BH. Let's pin his Sunday or Saturday $50 hunt, since he donated these 2 boxes from Monday and tonight. So if you haven't checked out Furvids, check him out. Thank you, VMC. I was about to say let's flip it. Hopefully there was no echo on any of those. Like I said, I had to go into the Windows settings. We'll let Calvin and Dennis in. Come on. There we go. 1953. A second 50s. Oh, let's see who got the 53. I've been forgetting that lately. I'm so bad. I need a spanking. $53. We got Donkey, Fervid, New Marshall, and C5. Congratulations, guys. You now have an extra entry onto the wheel. So there must not be an echo because no one's been typing it in. So even though I had done it in Streamlabs like it was supposed to be done, it still didn't want to do it. So that's why I had to go into Windows and kill the settings in the Windows. Hey, KJ, you got 3 chilies to your bank. Got to get that open. Give me just a moment. Go to your bank. No, I said bank. KJ, you now have $1.50. And for those that are wondering what that is, if you get 3 chilies on the slot machines, you get 50 cents added to your bank. It is not cash money. It is money that you can use on my website. So you can save up and get something bigger than just a 1 ounce round. You can save up, get a colored round, or even save up forever and maybe get one of the big Geigers, like the 500 gram Geigers. That's only $149. So you only have to win like 300 times. Jim Thompson sent a gold coin. Thank you, Jim. Oh, and I need to get Jim on the Wheel of Names for the tip. Whenever tip comes in or anything, I try to remember to put that on as an extra entry. Especially the tip line, because they only take the 3.49 and 49 cents, so it's like basically an 8% fee, whereas eBay takes 30%, or not eBay, YouTube. I had eBay on my mind because I had to file a complaint. The person had never sent my item, so then I it'd been like 5 days, and I sent them a message. Billy sent a membership, and that went to Woodsy. Thank you, Billy. Let me get you on the wheel for that. And they hadn't contacted me, so then I sent a thing saying I want a refund. So eBay said, okay, we have to see if the person will allow it or whatever. And 3 days later, I got a thing saying your request has been denied, even though they never actually replied back to eBay. So I called them. BH sent a membership, and that went to Clarence King. Thank you, BH. And they said, well, we have to do it this way. I said, I already did that. And you guys sent me a message saying that it was denied. I said, how can it be denied when there has been no contact for 11 days, no anything? So they looked and like, yeah, there's no tracking info or anything. I said, and they won't respond to me and they won't respond to you, so I want my money back. You have that eBay buyer guarantee. I want my money. So now they're put a claim in for it, which will take a week, supposedly. And I said, maybe I'll just file a fraud complaint. I said, you guys have this guarantee and you're not giving me my money back when you can obviously see the person is not responding. They have not sent it. They have not done anything. And I'm like, this is considered fraud. I said, if I did that to someone, they would never want to do business with me again. I said, I send my stuff out usually the next day, once in a while, 2 days later. I said, if something gets stolen or lost in the mail, I send replacements. So we'll see if they actually give the money. If not, then I'll do a charge back against eBay on my credit card. Because I don't mess around. You wanna be an ass with me? I'm gonna be an ass with you. And trust me, I can be a bigger one. I can be a royal pain. It's like, I want people to be happy with what they buy from me and when they buy it. And, sometimes you can't control the postal service because they're just stupid. And I've never had to get file a return or anything. Hey, Perry Martin, welcome. File a return or anything like that. I've had a couple times where they got denied by eBay once, but PayPal got my refund on a shipping charge. And that was the other thing. They're like, and we'll see how much we can get back for you. And I said, no, don't start that crap. I'm like, it's not how much can I get back. It's I will get back every penny. I paid for the item. They've never sent it. You're not going to say, we're going to give you X dollars. It's, you're going to give me 100%, not 99.99%. I said, if you take one extra penny, I will file a complaint and a chargeback against the credit card. I said, I'm not playing. You're not going to take my money and then tell me that we'll try to get back whatever we can. No, She was like, well, and I was like, no, I'm just telling you straight up. I'm not playing these games. You're not going to give me partial back. You're not going to give me a store credit. You're not going to give me anything. you were going to refund my credit card. And the reason I got it was because it ended up being a decent price, and it was going to be another Kraken and a 1909S VDB 5-ounce round. I thought that would be cool. And it wasn't like it was like super cheap or anything, and you know, because if it's too expensive, I don't buy them. I will be getting more 10-ounce Star Spangled Banners. I don't know how many, but yeah, I'm thinking I'm just going to do that anyway. And then if eBay does anything, I'll just be like, sorry, you know, you told me I have to wait another week just to figure out if they're going to respond to you. So I'll probably just do that anyway. But my guy texted and said he is going to be able to get more of those. He's not sure how many. There's also, I can't remember if they're 5 or 10. They're 5-ouncers, and they are, whoa. They are this one. That's a 5-ounce. He's going to be able to get those. So that'll be good. And then I'm going to get a few of those 10-ounce, which is 5 on each, fire and ice. And some of those, which are 10-ounce, planet. So I try to keep an eye out for cool stuff. Hey, IT. So he's not sure how many he can get. Hey, keep up the good work. Thank you. You are going on the wheel. Thank you. And IT is now the, well, it says Streamlabs tip boss, but I did that because it wasn't taking super chats and things. Now it is. So I need to change that. I did remember to take new Marshalls from the other night off. Yeah, copper is not considered a precious metal. That's why Utah taxes it. But he did say, yeah, it's AVDP, which is avoirdupois, I believe it's how you pronounce it. It's like French. But it is, they don't do troy ounces. That's why it's regular 28.3, I think it is. Jim Thompson sent a gold coin. Thank you. The finance manager, he calls it Avoidopoulos. And I looked at him, I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, you know how it's the regular weight? I'm like, oh, avoirdupois? And he just looked at me, he goes, what? I said, yeah, that's the actual name of it. AVDP, avoirdupois. He goes, oh, I'll just call it Avoidopoulos. It's like, hey, doesn't matter to me what you call it. So we'll see how many we can get. He's not sure how many he can get, but he said he can get some more. So we'll see. If I get one, I get one. If I get 10, I can get 10. kind of a slow box. We're on roll. This is roll 13. And we've had 2 finds from the 50s. But I'm excited to get extra boxes. She goes, if I can get more, how many more do you want? I said, I would take 10 more on top of what you've already got. So she did go and put another order in at another bank. So we'll see how many we can get. And we have another one right there. Thank you. That is the new one. The one I just took off is a 57. If it'll focus, it's kind of hard because it's ugly. There you go. 1957. Another 50s. Get that on the board. See who won. Got 56, 58, 56, 58, no 57s. So all the 56s and 58s are the winners. So let's go and put them on. We got Silverman with a 56. Whoa. We had KJ with 58. We had Elizabeth with the 56. I cannot type today. We had Billy with the 58. Bellows with the 58. Jim with the 58. VMC with the 58. So Silverman, KJ, Elizabeth, Billy, Bellows, Jim, and VMC. Congratulations. You got one? Cool. Oh, Sif have... Okay. That's why I like you guys. It's... one of those that I'll miss things and all right, this one is a much better 57. No, I did not clean it. See, ha ha ha. Hey, let's get that on the board. And 57s, who had it this time? 56. Oh, Mike with 57. Yeah, that one threw me off with that second Civ 5 one because it said no 57. But I didn't see another guess, so. We'll see. So yeah, when I get those boxes from my sister, when I have ones from me also, then you guys get to choose which kind of box you want. I was gonna say I'll have to pay Rachel extra money for gas, but she doesn't need gas money. I was wondering about that, but yeah, you're way past. I have ads. I have them as manual insertion, but they still run ads even though you say I don't want to run ads. I put it so that they aren't as proliferate, but I do have it so that the only way I can do anything is insert my own ads, which I don't want to insert ads. But yes, oh, we have 49 likes. Anybody have one more like? But that is a known problem. I got him on there twice. At 50 now? Okay. I guess I need to close entries on that one. There we go. Now, exclamation GAW will get you in. Yeah, but even if I say I don't want ads to run, I'll just, do them myself if I want them. They still insert ads because that's how they make money. They just don't insert as many if I said, yes, insert ads everywhere. And I know some people get more ads than others. I know because some of it is if you pay for YouTube Premium, you don't get ads and stuff. And I know some people get way more ads than other people. Whenever I would watch a live stream, I think I would get one that found a 42p. Sweet. I would get one now and then. It's not a very good one, but it's a 2009p, which again, P's I do not find very often. But an 09 is going on the board. Yeah, I wish it wouldn't do any while I live stream, but like I said, unfortunately, even though I tell them no, they still do them. Exclamation GAW. Yeah, I don't have YouTube Premium or anything, but it seemed like whenever I would get them. I'd only get them like once in a while. They'd pop up. But I would just swipe them away on mine. Yeah, the only ones I can't skip is like if you go to watch something, it plays that first 15 seconds or whatever, and then you can skip. So those are about the only ones I have to watch are those ones. Otherwise, it's just I just swipe them. Yeah, it would be nice when you say, no, I don't want, all the ads and stuff. Basically, it's, you say, well, I'll just insert them myself. They still insert them. $15 rolls down, 10 more to go. We've got 22 seconds left. Exclamation GAW. Getting an ad for nail clippers. Okay. And the winner of 50 likes is Michael Rose. Congrats, Mike. Again, the default is send me an email. I send you a code. If you want them banked, I just need to see please bank or something like that. And there are a few people that I have sent codes to and never redeemed them. They don't really expire, so I'm not too worried about it. And I figure if they email for a code, I give it to them, and then they never claim it, then they must not have wanted it. So like I said, the default is I wait for an email to ask for a code. Unless I see please bank. Civ 5 said bank his, okay. Civ 5. Oops. Let's undo that one. I accidentally cleared that one out. So Civ 5, you now have 425. Put these. Okay. We get this one. Come on. There we go. And to me, it doesn't matter to me which way you do it. There you go. So, Civ, you now have 425. I've had quite a few 64 fillies, which is kind of uncommon, because most of them are 65, not for Denvers. And if you do want a 10-ounce Star Spangled Banner when I get them in, if you want to email me on a wait list, it'll be first come, first serve. But if I get, like, say 3, and I had 2 people want it, those 2 people will be able to have them, and then I'll just list the 3rd one. If I only get, say 3 people wanted them and only get 2, I would take the first 2 that emailed me, and then I wouldn't list them on the store at all. That's what I've done for the these. There was 2 people that are sending money or doing a trade, so I've taken those off. So that way they don't get sold. So if there is something that you're wanting but just need a little bit of time, how much for the Star Spangled Banner? That one I can't remember. I want to say it's 35. Because it is a 10-ounce, so it does cost more. Yeah, it's 35. I can do international. I don't know if I have it set up to do everywhere. Right now I have it set up for US and Canada. But I can use pirate ship. Depending on the weight, it's just the different pricing and stuff. But if it's something like that, you can always email me, and I can go through everything and figure out what the actual price would be. 35 for the 10-ounce, yeah. That's what most of them are, just because they're not twice as expensive for me, so I don't put them at twice as much. Yeah, if you want something from the store, it's one of those that we can always do like a private type transaction, and so if you give me your email or your mailing address, I can tell you exactly how much it would end up being. I think outside the US, just a second here, I'll actually tell you. If I can find it. There we go. Because it's they have a simple export rate, so if it's less than half a pound, it would be 16 US. Up to 1 pound, it would move up to 20. Up to 2 pounds, it goes up to 24. 3 pounds is 31. Up to 4 pounds is 40. But if you're just looking at like a round, you'd be looking at, it depends on what size round. Like the 10-ounce, it would have to go into the 1 pound level. Yeah, you can send me an email, and you can always send a screenshot or say, whatever the title of the thing is, and I can look at it and go, okay, with that and that and that, with shipping, this would be, X pounds or whatever. Yeah, shipping is like $6 on it or something. And don't forget, if you do $50 or more, you get free shipping. So, well, 50 for the U.S. If it's outside the, well, Canadian, but if you're ordering a bunch of stuff, then equal to, it's another 57. But look at that beauty. That's crazy. Get that on the board. Elizabeth really likes 57s. Jolly times 2. Alrighty. But yeah, if you guys are wanting something, like I said, sometimes people, need to wait a week or whatever for a paycheck. If you say, can you please hold this, I'll hold it for a week or whatever. I'm not fine, problem with that. And then what I can always do is, oops, that was stupid. I just threw my coins in the trash. Luckily, the box is pretty much empty. I mean, it was only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 35 cents, but I don't want to waste 35 cents. Yeah, it is one of those things that, like I said, I will hold it for a short period. And then also, if I'm out of something, and I'll be getting more or something, or if you see something that was there and now it's out of stock, you can say, if you get more of these, let me know. And like I said, I will put it kind of like on a wait list, first come, first serve. Yeah, I've had a few that were like brand new looking that were older. And then you get some that are totally horrible looking and end up being newer. Yes. Oh, did I get the names on that one? Yes, Jolly times 2, okay. Since I thought I did, but considering how I am good at forgetting to put people on the wheel for the year. I think the reason I didn't set up any outside US shipping rates is just because all of my traffic is coming from the US and Canada. And so it would just be a ton of extra work. That's why I figure kind of a private transaction. I mean, you can always send PayPal or email or whatever, or Cash App or Venmo or whatever. It's still going to be the same processing fees. So it's just I bypass the store and I would just take one out of inventory manually and adjust manually. Thank you, VMC. $19.58. It is not a 57. Amazingly enough, I think we had what, 3 57s in a row. And I think with that simple export rate thing, Canada is just $2 cheaper than everywhere else, but those are all, according to that, it says all other countries. So I would have to double check, but yeah, I could ship pretty much anywhere for those if it's under 4 pounds. It gets expensive, but still. How about one of those? 2024. Hey, Jimmy. Bellows and Jim. Alrighty. You're welcome, Jimmy. Hopefully you like it. Usually in person they're better than online. But I don't usually mess with filters and all that unless it's like I just can't get one to turn out because it's, you know, too shiny or something. I'll apply a filter just to kind of make it so you can see it. But other than that, I don't usually do anything except for disappear the background like on the 5-ouncers. Five rolls left. You have 8 points at the moment. Maybe the boxes my sister will have all the buffaloes and V-nickels and everything that have been hiding from us. That's weird. Split screen and then mutes me? I know. It's weird. I have Android, but I haven't really been able to watch a lot of lives and stuff. I know sometimes, like late at night and stuff, I'll wake up and like B-Waller will be on. I don't have any problem with his, but his are vertical too. I've just have never been a fan of the vertical. I've tried doing both, and it doesn't increase my viewership. It's not like I'm getting, twice as many views or something. I think part of it is because I have it set up for a screen. Regular. See, I was doing it through Streamlabs, and you can kind of set it up easier through that way. But YouTube would just take whichever that happened to come first as the primary chat. Here's your split screen as well. I haven't had any split screen stuff, but yeah. I know it increases like viewership, like more people will pass through and see you, but they don't usually stay long. Plus, like I said, I'm set up for horizontal, so. And sometimes I get less views and hours and stuff on some streams than others, but usually they're pretty much about the same level. It slowly increases as time goes on because more people, find out about the channel or something and, come and watch more often and things like that. And we've got one. See, another 64 Philly. So weird. Yeah, I was about to say, if you want to throw your guess in the bottom, Dennis, but you had already done it before I could say it. I was going to say that way you don't get missed because it was above the guessing. Thank you, VMC. It is the first from the 40s. I see Raymond got it right on. Don't know if anybody else did, but guess we'll find out. Let me get it on the board first. Yep. So 49, we've got Joe, BH, Raymond. And Billy agrees. What do we have now? 2, 8, 10 points. When you see something off like, or when you see something like that, you think, oh, is that going to be an old one? No, it's a 1988. So say you had the same amount as the other night for the first half of the box. See, that's when you get, is it better to be the second person because you know how many points you need? Or does that make it worse because you can be going along and be going, I'm not getting there? I guess there's pros and cons for both ways. Last roll. '88 is the goodest year ever. See, another 64 Philly. I don't know where all the 64 Phillies are coming from, but usually we might have, you know, one or two. But usually the 64s are Denvers. Yeah, we actually found the 09P. It's in horrible condition. But it is a P, and usually we find Ds. See, there's another one that I thought, maybe. No, it's another 88. But second to the last coin, it was almost an ender. Oh, and that 1949, by the way, has a mint mark, but it is the Denver mint mark, not the S mint mark. The 49S is a semi-key date. So in case if someone was like, what? No, I checked, but I forgot to tell you. I don't know if... Yeah, it's still... It's nice that I can do that while you guys are still guessing. I've got 5 coins, and then I'll flip it. You got 3 coins, so get your guessing in. 1 coin, 0 coins. It is a 54. Another 50s. One more point you squeaked out. So let's make sure we have everything right. We got a 2024 Denver, 2009 Philly. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. That was a 54, a 58, 57, 57, 57, 53, and a 59. Just because it's such a nicer one, I'm just going to flip it. There's no point letting it get all beat up. Jolly Flea, Raymond, and Garrett. Okay. And then a 40s. All right, let me get that on the board. Jolly, Flea, Raymond, Garrett. So we had 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 points. All right, Joe. I'll have to double check it, but yeah, I never changed any of the settings, but of course YouTube unsubscribes people and they claim they don't. So maybe they've changed my settings and I don't know. We're at 54 likes at halfway point. We had $10 tip, $2 super chat, some jewels, some donated memberships. So thank you to all of those. Roll one. Jim Thompson sent a gold coin. Thank you, Jim. Yeah, I wish you could set it to have live chat as a default, but again, they don't like to let you do that. Your first roll is going to be going on the board. Is it going to be the same thing where the second half was better than the first? Who knows? The shadow knows. I'm sure most of you get that one, but chili hit. Oh, who got the chili? Civ 5. You now have 475. Congratulations. Thank you, KJ, for letting me know. Yeah, it's one of those that, man, then you come across something like that, you think, oh, that's going to be an old one, and it's 2002. Yeah, I would listen to, like, The Shadow and stuff on tape. It wasn't on the radio, it was on the tape. Cassette tape. And we'll probably switch it out here. Which, yes, we will. So we'll put another one up while we take a look at this one. Oh, you're good, Jimmy. Come on. There we go. 1946. You're starting off in the 40s. we need to see who got it. $46, $46, $49. Oh, JC with 46. JC times 2. There it says Civ, Billy, and Jimmy. Oh, and Elizabeth had 46. Unless I'm looking in the wrong spot. I don't know. Oh, yeah. I missed some people. There we go. So we got Billy, Elizabeth, Jimmy, trying to find everybody. Okay, 53, 41, 56, 39, 50, 40, 48, 49, 52, 49, 39, 40. Oh, those are the current ones. Dirt. See, 47, 40, 46. Billy, I got. 58, 49, 48, 41, 41, 56, 46. Elizabeth, I got. 48, 58, 41, 56, 49, 41, 48, 46. Jimmy. 41, 40, 39. Okay. Now, let's see what this one is. Well, Elizabeth was getting 57s. Joe, you're getting 46s. Now, let's see who got it. Civ. I was gonna say, I think it's Civ times 2. Does anybody else see anybody? Garrett, Billy both say Civ times 2. Okay. So again, default is 2 names unless you say you want 2x. Try 2x? Okay. I will change that. Never know, you might be the first. Brian said finish my box of nickels of 30s, 13 40s, 2 of them are war, and 15 50s. Man, I don't know where you're getting your boxes, but at least you're not stealing all the buffaloes. See, someone could get lucky, but we've only had, I think, 2 or else 3 times that someone has done X2. Do we have 2 of them here? Nope. I saw it like that, and I was thinking, maybe? No, it's another 88. Someone does not like the 88s. Yeah, your box has been pretty good. It seems like the last few nights that you've hunted along, you've had way good boxes. I've had boxes like that. Oh, you're good. But we now have another one to guess. Will it be another 46? Will we get 3 of them in a row like Elizabeth got 40 or 57s? Yeah, that's one of the reasons I went and dumped 2 bags of halves. For some reason, it came out to $1,996.05. I do know that a couple of them kind of exploded. So they're probably a handful around here somewhere. But I was tired, and it's a workout taking those, and I'll slam the boxes on the ground, like you guys know I've said. And then what I do is I put the ones that have busted into the bag, and then I take and I throw each roll into the bag, and when it hits, it literally splits it open. So I don't even have to bash them together usually. You've got a 2009 Denver. Get that on the board for you. Probably good on that. I see guesses slow down. It usually means most people are done. Well, you've got a 57. So Elizabeth didn't get them all. You did get one now too. '57s. We got 58, 56, 57 with BH. Jolly. Any besides BH and Jolly? Civ. Jolly BH. That's what I was seeing. And you also? Yeah, let me go back and see. Can't believe believe I missed you. Oh, you were above. Okay. I didn't even see that. So I'll get you on there too. That's why I didn't see you. I was like, I didn't even see a guess. So I was like, but we'll give you guys another redemption round. Oops, wrong one. Used to be easier without the like 4-second lag. But oh well. I thought you said your cockroach was singing. I'm like, you have pet cockroaches? I mean, you could, but it's not one that most people use as pets. Although I do know people take them and race them. That's an ugly one. It's a 95. It was not an 88. Thank you, VMC. I'll let Brian in at 57. Now, this one does have a Denver, unfortunately, because it's a 55. And a 55 Denver is not the semi-key date. A 55 Philly is the semi-key date. $564 and 56s. I knew what you meant. See, that's one that when it's a 55, no one ever guesses 55, it seems like. Like, people guess 54 or 56, but it seems like rarely do they guess 55. So we'll start at the top. 54 is Joe. 56 is Civ 5. You're on fire tonight. Billy. KJ. Jolly. VMC. Flea. Tim. Joey. Welcome, Joey, by the way. Old Bell as well? Okay. So I'm just glancing through them in like a quick thing, so I do miss some because I'm kind of zooming. That's a handful of you guys. Got a 64 Denver. It's actually our second one now. Sorry. You've had 5 finds in 5 rolls. You are way more on fire. Might have one, but I gotta see if it's an old one or if it's just nasty. I think it's an old one. Yep. See, when they look like that, sometimes they're like the 88. This is not an 88, by the way. As if you guys kind of were thinking it was. Don't know where you've been the last however many streams, but... Raymond sent a gold coin for 10 jewels. Thank you, Raymond. Just about to say, I think it's probably time to flip. Now I am going to go to this because it is extremely hard to read. But under the scope it's easy. But it is a 58. Another 50s. Put that on the board. And KJ VMC Maple. Oops. Nechosaur. That would be nice. I still have 3.5 boxes I need to bust open. I'm only down to 3.5. At one point, I was at 11 or 12 boxes. That's why I was expecting that one box that I got was to be brand new too, and I saw through the hole that there was this bicentennial, so I was like, "Ooh, we actually have it circulated." That's the one I opened up the other night. But oh well. I've stopped counting how many boxes I've gotten this year of all brand new ones. Last year I counted them, and I think I had 26 straight. I'm trying to get that money back in the bank. Not only because I have bought quite a bit of copper lately. Like a lot of copper. But that's to give you guys more stuff to find. What do we got? Jim Thompson sent a gold coin for 10 jewels. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not even trying to stack them either. It was just I got behind because the machine was full. So I wasn't able to go dump any. And so then I'd get the next ones, and they were all brand new. So I was trying to get them back, and finally started getting those back. And then I got a bunch more brand new ones. So it's like as soon as I'd return them, I'd get them again. I was like, come on. So now I'm finally down to 3.5. People might think, aren't you afraid that you're going to get robbed? Well, number one, no. Now, if I was smart, I could put them in the safe, but 11 boxes of halves in a safe? Sorry, no. And if they want to come in and move 550 pounds of coin, they're probably going to get caught before they even get it loaded. Because each box of halves is 25 pounds. Box quarters is about 25 pounds. Box of nickels is, I think, 22 pounds. Box of pennies is 18, which I don't have to worry about getting robbed on those. And a box of dimes is about 15 pounds. Yeah, it'd be funny if someone ever did. It would be like, you just made a grave mistake. And the other thing is that's just boxes of coins. All my silver and stuff is in my safe. And they will definitely get caught if they're trying to break into that, because you're not just going to haul it out. I think the safe empty weighs 600 pounds. I think it's got like a 2-hour fire rating on it. And with all my guns and silver in there, if you're hauling it out without taking everything out, you would literally need some, like a bobcat or something. I think I have 11, 12 guns in there. Got another one to guess. This one I just pulled off is a 59. I'll let Callie Brown's fan in because I had not got it cleared at that point. And 59, you got 57, 56, 56, 57, 56, 54, 56, 48, 47, 48, 58, 58, 58, 7, 48, 58, 46, or 56, 49, 53, 54, 56, 59 with Callie, because it came in just after, and I said that was good. Callie by times 2. So Cal, if you want 2 entries, that's fine. If you want an X2, let me know. Okay. I just always put 2 on unless I see someone enter an X2 in chat. Like themselves enter it, not someone else saying whoever times 2. That's my default is 2 entries. There we go. 1957. Another 57. That's what, 5 tonight? Fifty-four, 56, 40, 56, 54, 50, KJ with 57, VMC with 57, Jim with 57, Mike with 57. Let's see, KJ, VMC, Jim, Mike S. And Tim. Okay. I missed Tim. Sorry, Jim. Luckily, I've got people that are paying attention. Yep, I got you. Thanks to those that said, and him. And if I ever forget one of you guys, just say, and me. Because I do miss people. Not on purpose. Unless I'm driving. Then I miss people on purpose. Yes, Jimmy. I forgot you 10 times on purpose. That's how we do it around here. Nice. 30 rolls of circulated is better than 0. I am not a soccer person, but I did see that America won their game 3-. Well, they had 3 points. I don't know what the other one was. I wasn't even like looking it up. It was just one of those things that you come across articles or whatever, and it's like, oh, cool. Nope, soccer. It actually started out in England as soccer, but then they changed it to football. So they're the ones that came up with soccer. Can't remember what it stands for, but yep. But yeah, they're the ones that came up with the. It's an acronym or something, but they're the ones that came up with it. And then later they changed it and said, nope, it's football. Just like Americans call it gasoline, and they call it petrol. Petrol after petroleum. But the reason we call it gasoline is because the chemist or whatever that kind of came up with it or whatever, his name was like gasoline or something, and so they just shortened it to gas, which is why we call it gas and not gasoline. Or petrol, I mean. I find facts like that and Store them away for times like this. Yeah, I can't remember the guy's name. It was like Gasline or Gasoline or something. It's called a Yeah, I know a lot of people say, oh, you guys say it wrong. Just like we say aluminum, not aluminium. And actually both ways were spelled correctly. I can't remember how they kept aluminium and we dropped the I, but it was one of those things. We didn't just drop it. It's just we used the other version. I can't remember how there was a second version. Just like we call them pickle and they call them gherkins. Or, which we also do call them gherkins, because you'll see like baby gherkin or whatever. The other one is zucchini. I think it's courgette is what it's called. And they also call the grown plant that you get from coriander seeds. They call it coriander. Is it coriander? Whatever the one that is. Oh, I'm just blanking it now. Cilantro. They think it's weird that we call the grown plant cilantro. I don't know, we just always call them pickles, but they call them gherkins. I don't know. I'm one of those that I like cilantro. It does not taste like soap to me. Yeah, our biscuits are what they kind of, basically a scone, kind of. Not exact, but similar. And their biscuits are our cookies. So when we say biscuits and gravy, they're thinking cookies with brown gravy, because they don't have that white gravy. They make... Gherkins are a specific type of pickle made from small immature cucumbers, typically 1 to 5 inches, that are harvested young for their firm texture and bumpy skin. Yeah, I was going to say, you always see it like baby gherkin. They just call them all gherkins, I think. It's just weird how it's the same language and different spellings and meanings. And well, you haven't had a point or anything for a while, but you get one more point and you're tied. See you, Jim. But they also don't crisp their bacon. Their bacon is like soggy. There are places and some people that are making it, do make it crispy, but like their standard just bacon is usually like floppy. See ya, Fervid. Thanks for the donation. I think you've got your round and stuff I sent. Yeah, that's just like chewing on bacon flavored yarn or something. It's not good. What do you have for breakfast? Flavored yarn. Cam is a little low now. I don't know. I haven't changed it. Maybe I bumped it a bit or something. I like shredded wheat. I'm not a fan of grape nuts, but like some of those like cornflakes and things, Rice Krispies, I like those. We always call them little hay bales. Like when you get the big ones that were like the big ones, not little shredded mini wheats, but we would get the ones that were big, like 4 or 5 inches long and a couple inches wide. Those were the ones that we would call hay bales. It is a 52. 52. You are now tied. Not tied up. That wouldn't be nice. We don't tie people up. Unless they're stealing from us. Let's see. 52. Muscle. BH. Muscle and BH, anybody else? Five rolls left. Yeah, I'll double check it, but I haven't touched any of my settings on YouTube. The only settings that got mixed up was the Streamlabs. Just like my starting soon pre-roll is not working. So that's another thing I'm going to figure out on that. But yeah, YouTube, nothing changed on my settings there. But like I said, I'll have to double check because I haven't changed it. $64 Denver. You haven't had as many 64 Denvers. Still not a lot for either of you, but I mean, combined, it's less than normal. I didn't find as many Nifsies as I normally do in that last circulated box, but the other problem is half of them were 24s and 5s. Well, Brian is officially the winner. Because we have 11 points on the board, each of you, and then we got one right here. So, same thing as the other night. The second half wins the box. But Elizabeth still gets consolation. Oops. And 59. 58, 59 with Cal and Billy and Michael. Cal, Billy, and Michael. Can't remember what I did the other night for consolation, if I sent a coupon or I don't remember. That's bugging me. You got one of the colorized. Oh, that's right. You got the. Was it the triangle? Canadian triangle? Because I think it was one where I just took it out of the inventory instead of going through the whole process of placing an order and everything. So Elizabeth, if there is a round that you'd like, including one of the regular colorized ones, like an Easter or a Canadian or a Trump KO or Don't Tread on Me or something like that. I think I've got the Don't Tread on Me colorized on there. If not, I have them. I'll have to check that. And let me know which type of things you want, or if you want a couple regular 1 ounce rounds, or your preference. Last one. For Elizabeth. Last roll. Those are individually numbered. I've got 2 tubes of them, and I can get more in case this one wants an entire tube. Like I said, if you get an entire tube, I'm not going to charge you full price. I'll work out some kind of deal. Some of them are individually numbered, or like limited out of 5,000, like those square 100-gram Geigers with the American flag, limited edition ones, but they didn't number them. It's like, you made a limited edition of only 5,000, but you didn't number them. Yeah, it's 20 rounds, like regular or colored. The only one that's not 20 is the 1 ounce Geigers, They come in, I think, tubes of 19. These ones. But they come sealed like that, and I'm pretty sure there's only 19 in that. Alright, let's check for your 64Ds. I obviously haven't opened it up, but it's worth more unopened, which is why I'll leave it sealed until someone actually wants one. But they are also more expensive. Anything Geiger is. Well, that was quick. Alright, so you had the 2009. You had 7 from the 50s, a 59, a 52, a 57, a 59, a 58, a 55, and a 57. And 2 46s. So altogether, Joe, you got a 2024, 2 2009s, 14 from the 50s, including that nice 57, and 3 from the 40s. Oh. So I was just saying that you did not win, but you still get a consolation prize. So you can always get a couple like regular 1 ounce rounds, or you can get one of my colorized, like one of the regular kind, something like that. And what did you have? 11, 12. So you can take a look at that, because if you want, like for example, I don't know, I'll have to look, but like this one, I don't know if I have on the site. I thought I did, but now I'm not sure. But that's like one of the premier, not premium, but you know, colorized, which cost more. You're also welcome to get one of those. So just email me, let me know, you know, take a look at the website, that sort of thing. Uh, 618. So there you go. And Joe, you can also have a one of the 1 ounce rounds if you have one you'd like. Let me know. when I bought the Trump Biden KO, I thought it was 10 that I was buying, and it was only, or to 20 that I was buying, and I only ended up with 10, and I read the auction again. I'm like, no, it says right there in the title, 10. I was like, dang it. So, even though I basically paid way more than I thought I was paying, I'm just eating it and keeping it at the same regular colorized cost. All right, we have the end of stream giveaway. Oh, excuse me. And a extra wheel entry. And let's find out the oldest of the coin. Sort it by the year. Yeah. Some of them, it was just like whatever lots that I happened to get. You know, they were mixed lots and things. But, I think I have like 8 or 9 different, no, maybe even 10 different Trump ones now. And it's not because of that's what I got. That was just part of kind of some of the lots. All right, what did we have? The oldest was a 46. Which is one of the weird times that it wasn't down in the lower 40s. Yeah, those 5 ounces. I got, nope, no 40s or 41. The lowest, we had a 46, a 46, and a 49. So the closest is Donkey Socks at 47. So Donkey, you get an entry on the wheel. 3 chilies. Hey, all right. You've now got $1 on it. So we'll have the, yep, I got you on there. You now have $1. We have the end of stream and the wheel. I did get the ones that did super chats and donations and tips on the wheels. IT ended up taking over Stream Boss. Sounds good. Let me know what you wanted on that 1 ounce copper, because I'll just send it with it. Because you can just let me know what the, like which one, the title or whatever, and I'll get that with it too. I've got a few more I do need to get on the website that I've gotten like random ones. Joe, you want You're the Tiger? Sounds good. going to open it up for just a second longer while I get that one while I'm thinking about it. That is a popular one. I'm about half gone on those. So, Joe, Year of the Tiger. Have I sent either of you a sticker before? Or any of that sort of thing? Because I will include one also if you'd like. Joe says you have a sticker? Okay. I think I sent one to Elizabeth when she got the, yeah, when you became the member. All right. Nope, let's get Dutch Murphy. Go ahead and try it again. It didn't come through before I cut it. So if you want to hit that, we'll make sure you get in. Oh, you were already in up here. It only lets you in once, so yep. You're good. All right. Winner of the end of stream part, Jolly Roger. And now I'm going to go. And yes, you have to make that sound. Boop. Whoa. Get rid of all those. Shuffle this a few times. Garrett. Congratulations. See how many times you were on there. 93. The only entry that I actually typed your name. That's funny. Everything else was like the ats. Complete that. Go to there. Make sure I do this. Go to there. Go back to here. Can I please spell that? Maybe. Garrett says bank. You now have 650. And anytime you guys want a bank value, just let me know. You're welcome, Garrett. So I'll get that sent out. This one was banked, so I'm going to write that on there. And see if fives was banked. I think it's Michael and Jolly. You might have sent emails already. I haven't looked at those. I'm just going to tape that on there just so we make sure we know whose it is. Put that up there. It's only 8:30. Maybe I'll open some quarters. Unless anybody wants to see anything up close, I can pull anything out. You're welcome, Joe. Congratulations. Thank you, Fervid. I know he's already left, but... Thanks, Jolly. Totally jumping out. But yeah, after streams and stuff, if you guys want to see like a round up close and that sort of thing, let me know. Or an item up close, I guess, not just rounds, but any of my items. I can do that. Send with bank and super chat. Let's see. VMC, I have $7 banked. So 7. 3. Let's see if that's correct. I gotta do some maths, as the English would say. Okay, normally it's 35. We'd have at 30%, because YouTube takes that, minus the 7 banked. It just doesn't seem right. Oh, because it would be that times 7. Basically, it would be free shipping. So let's make sure I have this right. If it's 45 times 70%, close enough. Going through YouTube, because they take the 30%, 45, and that would include the shipping and everything after the bank. Basically, your bank pays for the shipping. But like I said, depends on how many I get. I think one is already sold. I'd have to double check, but you're welcome. But it's one of those I can always put you down on, to save one for when it comes in, and you can always bank a little bit more or something like that if you need. That is the one thing with, as they get bigger, the more they cost. But they're not as, even though you're doubling the size, you're not necessarily doubling the price. Yeah, it's a little pricey. That reminds me. The 250. Let me look. Let me put that up there. And that up there. So I can actually get this. There we go. Send the nickels to Elizabeth, keep the copper around. Okay. I can do that. It should be easily under half a pound. Because going to Canada, yeah, it's only 4.7, so it'd be about 5 ounces. So that would fall in the lower rate. So that's good. Oh, you were wanting the 250th. Let's see that one. I don't remember all the prices on them, but that one's 32. So that would be that would be 41 with shipping total, everything complete. VMC. But shoot me an email and I'll see what I can work out with you. That's the only bad thing is going through YouTube, it takes 30%. Whereas any of the other regular ways, it's just the normal. Do I have a 1 ounce? Of what kind? Because I've got like 60 different 1 ouncers. One ounce of the 250. I don't think I have any 250 ones. Let me double check. I've been trying to get some, but they're outrageously expensive. The ones I've found have been at least $5. That's buying them in bulk usually. No, but I am trying to find them. Just so you're aware, I am trying to find some 250 that are 1 ounce. That, like I said, aren't crazy because most places want like $100 a tube. And that would be what my cost is. I do have let me see what he said on that. Because I do have the how much did he say on that? Not too bad. Let me see what that would end up being. Wait just a second, BMC. I might have an idea for you. Yeah, I know. That's why I want to see if there's possibly something like this. Second, that would be if it's a price he told me. Because he's going to be getting me, hopefully, some of those. It's a 5 ounce bar. Let me clean the screen a little bit. That is a 5 ounce bar. Those I would have to list at 21. So it'd be 27, shipping included, everything with your bank. Like I said, basically your bank is paying the shipping. But hopefully I'll be getting some of those. So if you want to do something like that, just shoot me an email and I'll put you on the list and save one for you. But it's one of those that are kind of like Maybe that's as big as it. Yeah, it's as big as it'll go. But it's like laser engraved on a rough copper bar. The reason it's not so as expensive as others is because it's not colorized. But I like that one. That's a cool one. That's why I was like, if you can get some of those, I'd take a bunch of those too. And we'll be getting these ones. $5 for 17. Jeez, that's a good deal. But I'm getting some penguins, turtles, beavers. I think I'm only going to get 2 of those. I don't know if I even want to. It's the Charles Ponzi scheme. I'm also going to get some Zeus and some abominable, the snowman guy. So I will be getting some of those, and then I've already got those. That's a 10 ounce. It comes in 2 pieces. They're both 5 ounces each. That's a 10 ounce also. Planet solar system thing. Not sure exact prices on those, but I told him he is going to try to get me some more of these 5-gram eagles. I told him I want those, more of the 10 ounce Star Spangled Banner. I said pretty much anything that's like the patriotic type thing is popular. Like I said, I don't even know if I want to get 2. I was thinking maybe 2 of those, just because some people have different tastes than me. Me, I would not want that at all, but I don't know. Some people might. But I've been looking at those. I haven't been able to find those for under $25 my cost with shipping. And then same with those. And I haven't seen these. I have seen those, and I haven't seen those. But that'll be at least next week before he even gets any in. Yeah, that's the way it is, even with me right now, just because I've spent so much money on copper. Man, 17. But what's the shipping on Whatnot? Is that I think it's because I've never bought anything on Whatnot. For that 5 ounce would be, if you do super chat, it's 27 VMC. I'm gonna write that down before I forget and end up having to do all these mappings again. Because like I said, after the extra the YouTube adds on, it's also with $9. Yeah. See, that would be 26 plus that would charge taxes because I'm in Utah. So I'd have to add another 8.45%. So I always just call it 9% just to make it even in my head. And so then I'd be adding, it wouldn't be on, it would be the 9% or 8.5% on the 17, which would be what? 17 times 1.0845. See, it would be 1844 plus $9, so 27.5, which means I'd have to turn around and sell them for about $32 Because that's my problem, is I can get some stuff, but it would be way more than... Oh, nine per coin. Okay. I'm like, that's crazy. See, if you got... Because it would be 1844 with taxes. And then say you bought 10 of them or whatever. Cool. Yeah, it'll work. Because when I've been buying them, I've been buying like 5 of each, because they tend to usually... Don't worry about the other 2 VMC. We'll just call it 25, call it good. Because I'll probably send you an extra thing anyway. And so you do a ton with helping out on the games and things that I'm not even worrying about it. Because my biggest thing when I factor it in is I basically take my cost, which includes like my shipping, getting it here and that, and then factoring in the cost of like PayPal fees, and then all the different. If it's like a bubble mailer, it's not super expensive. It's less than $1. So I just factor everything in, and yeah, it's kind of weird like that. You can, like on the lower amounts, it seems like you can move it around, but on the higher ones, it seems like it doesn't let you. I don't know. I haven't used it for a while, but... Yeah, I factor it in so that after my costs and processing fees, it's usually, a couple bucks at the most. Because like I said, I do it more to try to pass savings on to you guys than trying to make a ton of money on it. But I was factoring it up, and in the last 2 months, I have dropped way more than I should have. But do you still need any quarters or just hunt? What do you mean? But I was factoring it up, and I have basically spent in the last 2 months on buying bulk copper about $4,000. Oh, I hunt for like I pull out the W's, the proofs, NIFCs, nothing in particular. I've got a couple quarter sets that I got for my kids, so see, like I pull ones like this out that are, you know, good shape, but most of them I don't. Yeah, I got some good deals on a lot of stuff. You're good. And it's way more than I should have spent. But I figured the worst that can happen is I have to sell it and eat a few bucks and get rid of it all, then I don't want to. But like if it absolutely came down to it, I could kind of fire sale it. I could yard sale it, but if I had to get rid of it, it would be like a fire sale. I am set up on Whatnot as a you know, seller on it and stuff. I've just have never done it. Which, I mean, I could. If I had to, I guess maybe that's what I would do, is sell it that way. And I think I'd have to kind of watch and look at it before I did it, because I can't remember all the stuff. And because I looked at the rules and everything once, but I can't remember anything about it now. Like I had one, like some people try to get outrageous prices. It's like, you're not going to get that. Like I was looking at one, I thought it was going to be for a tube. And the guy had offered me, because a lot of times I'll throw them on my watch list just to kind of look at them later. And this guy sent me an offer for $47. I'm thinking, $47 for a tube of colorized bass fishing? I'm like, that's a steal. I'm like, looking at the thing, and it doesn't say a tube. And I'm like, So I messaged the guy and I said, just to clarify, is this one round or one tube? He said one round. I said, I'll pass. I can buy him full price for $99 for an entire tube. I'm like, so basically I could buy an entire tube for twice what you're wanting one for. I said, so sorry, I'll pass. I'm not paying 10 times what it's worth. Not even 10 times, because I don't even sell them for 10 times what he was trying to. Yeah, and there's people that can, like, they'll put them on there and they'll sell them for that. But it's like, are people just stupid and don't pay attention to what they're actually selling for at other places? But I've even seen that on eBay. I'll look at sold comps, and sometimes it's like, who the heck paid that price? It's like, usually they sell for like, say, $20, and there's some that sell for like $50. It's like, who's just randomly buying whatever? You have to wonder if a lot of times that's kind of like a sort of a money laundering thing. You know, when people list something and it's 10 times what it's actually worth. It's like, Yeah, there's a lot of those that it's like they would be cool, but down the road you'll find them for cheaper. That happens with a lot of things. You'll get something that is super hot at the moment, like on a sports card or something, or Pokemon card or whatever. And then 2 years later, it's only worth half of what it actually sold for. But I look at all the money that I dropped as an investment because I'm putting it on my website and stuff. And I've had sales like on, because with Shopify it connects to Google Merchant and TikTok and a bunch of those other places. Like I had one sale came from someone on ChatGPT. It was like, huh, that's weird. So he must have been searching for something, and mine must have popped up, and he came to mine, and he bought a BP pack of $2 bills. 2017. Basically just like this one. And that sale came through TikTok, or ChatGPT. I've had a few sales come through TikTok. And all I did was I just made it so that Shopify basically allows TikTok to pull my information from the site, and then they put it on their site. So all I had to do was just set up an account with TikTok and set up an account with something else. But I've had orders come from Canada, so it's not just from YouTube, although the majority is from YouTube. I think 60% of all my traffic comes through YouTube. But I'm like, it's free to cross list, I might as well do it. I was lucky to find the last barber $50 I needed for my set, and it was only $250. And I haven't been able to find it anywhere for months. I've looked and looked and looked. And see, that's like these. I know most people are like, oh, those are only 1/100th of a gram. Yeah, but some people only want a small amount of gold. They can't afford a huge amount. But it's Scottsdale, so of course it's more. Then I got quarter ouncers. And of course, yeah, I've also got some 10th ouncers. And it's one of those things that I know it's of a higher premium, but some people like smaller stuff. But that's the 1/10 ounce and 1/4 ounce. I know, you can do a lot of sales and stuff on there, but like I said, I just haven't really had the time. I barely have enough time to get the stuff that comes in on my website. I did get some of these that are different styles, so they're not the exact same, but I do have 5 more of those coming in. I know I've heard a lot of people say that they went to this one. It says it's 1 ounce pure silver, but there'd be no way they would have sold it as silver. And it looks like it's copper edges and stuff. So if it was silver, it would have been like, woo! But they're the 1 ounce coppers, but they're, kind of the set up to be yeah. Because the first one I saw, I was like, because it came in a big lot, and I'm like, do they just not realize what they have? Because I'm like, if that's a silver one, the price that I'm getting the lot for is less than what that silver was worth. So I started looking at it, zooming in and getting bigger picture, close-ups, and I was like, I don't think it is. And so then I saw the copper and then did some research, and it was like, no, if it was the silver one, it would have, there's something else on it. But I was like, okay, that's why they're like, it's not being stupid. It was, they knew what they had and they were selling it. I had seen some on there that they had said, this is a 1 ounce silver pure, literal translation. And I had seen some that were the exact same as mine, not the ones that looked that were silver, but there were people that were selling them as silver. The guy I've been getting the stuff from lately, I found an auction on eBay and bought some stuff from him. And then he's like, hey, I've got, all those kinds of stuff. Just let me know what you want. So I was like, yeah, but, that's, would have to work out some kind of price because eBay charges me taxes. And I know they charge you 13% fees. So we ended up getting in touch with each other outside of eBay, which you're not supposed to do, but I don't give a crap. So we started texting, and he sent pictures, and he said he could do whatever, and I was like, yeah, I can get him for this, and he was like, oh, I'll do him for that. And so we've now made a couple big deals. I've heard of people on Whatnot, they go to try to bid at whatever dollar amount, and by the time their finger slides, it's already like way more than they wanted to bid. On eBay Live auctions, you can set the amount. I mean, you can just put bid and hit the bid button, and it'll go to the next bid. But you can also set it and say, $27. And it will, only take it up to that, and then it'll say you've been outbid or whatever. So I don't know if there's an option like that on Whatnot, but because when I was getting the copper, because everything, even just a tube of generic coppers, most places were selling for $60, and I found one that I had bought from before that were doing some live auctions, and I got some decent deals. Like there was one, it was I think it was a Trump, tube of Trump or something. It's one I normally wouldn't have paid a ton for, but I put like a bid of $20, and it ended up selling to me at 17. And everybody's like, how the crap did you do that? And I'm like, I just put a bid in and no one else bid it up. And the seller, they were like, man, you got it for less than I bought it for. I'm like, eh, sorry. I was trying to think of giveaways, and I didn't want to like copy every single channel and that sort of thing. And I wanted something more kind of unique to me. And I had gotten a few, copper rounds in my stash and stuff. And I was looking through my stash and kind of thinking what could, I get rid of. I was thinking I could do the small amounts of silver, but silver was starting to go way up, and I'm like, I can't afford it to replace it at that. And then I came across a few of my 1 ounce copper rounds, and I was like, oh. I always thought it was cool when I got a copper round. I'm like, copper rounds? So when I started looking at them, that was before silver and gold went like up to 120 or whatever. For silver, it was back when it was still $45 an ounce or something. So I was buying tubes of copper for like $25, $30. And then like literally overnight, auctions that I were looking at had been repriced at more than double what they were selling it for the previous day. So I was lucky if I could find them under $40 a tube. That's what I did. It was just like, what's unique that no one else does that is small enough that I can like send in an envelope. And that's when, like I said, going through my stuff, I was like, hey, I've got copper rounds. So I started buying more copper rounds. Yeah. Oh, where was it? Oh, I included it with an order. That's right. I had a 1/4000th that was given to me when I bought a bunch of stuff from a guy, and he threw some extra things in, and one of them was a 1/4000th Idaho Goldback. That's just like with these. It's just more of the novelty item of 1 grain of silver. You know, it's like you're not buying it for the silver. You're just kind of buying it because it's cool, because it's got silver, but it's just more of a novelty thing. So I picked a few of those up. But yeah, 1/10 ounce. Thank you, Indian. And that's a lot of thing of, hey, Marsh. Like these are 1/4 ounce. It's a Walking Liberty with the eagle on it. Aztec calendar. A buffalo. And like I said, normally I would have never have gotten these, but he gave them to me at a decent price where it was cheaper than if you bought them at Scottsdale Mint. And it's a known company, so like Valcombis and stuff. You know, people know. Some of them just generic, but Scottsdale Mint, but it's 1/100th of a troy ounce. I'm like, that's a fun wave that some people might want to get in, and 65 on Scottsdale. And the problem with Scottsdale is everybody that I've talked to say that they are so extremely slow on shipping. And see, mine, I have them for 65, but you're getting free shipping. So it's like, yeah, it's about the same as you'd get it from them, but I'm getting, you know, you're buying that, you automatically qualify for free shipping. And when I send it out, it's like sent usually the next day. Like if someone ordered something tonight, I may not get it out until Saturday. If it's over the weekend, it won't go out until Monday. But like if someone bought it, say Tuesday afternoon, I get home from work, I would bundle it up, get it ready. When I go to work in the morning, take it with me and put it in the outgoing mail. And so it's out within 1 day, not even a day. So some of it I priced kind of what the copper rounds are just more of like an art form, you know. If you're buying it as an investment metal, then it's buy at least silver or gold. Don't stack copper. The only reason I stack copper is because I give it away and sell it. Yeah, and see, they would charge taxes. Well, for me, they wouldn't charge taxes because gold is not taxed in Utah. Gold, silver, and platinum, they do not tax. Copper, they do. So mine wouldn't be taxed, and when I sell it, it's not taxed for gold and silver. Yeah, well, yeah. In that case, yeah. If you're buying like ingots or something, that's, yeah, a little different stacking. But I mean, stacking 1 ounce copper rounds or 5 ounce copper rounds, it's more for the art. But yeah, if I buy copper online, Utah collects 8.43%. I had a guy on eBay once, he's like, it charged you taxes, but something about, I don't think they should be. You might check with your state's laws or something. So I checked and it said, precious metals, including silver, gold, and platinum, are not taxable products. Non-precious metals or industrial metals, such as copper, are taxed. But once in a while I buy something and it doesn't get taxed, which is absolutely weird. Like I've even bought it like on eBay. And they tax it. And then once in a while a transaction slips through without having to pay taxes. It's like, I don't know how that happens, but yeah, I was when I first started picking up the copper to do as giveaways, I was getting them for $1.50 each. Hey, treasure hunt. Now on the regular ones, it cost me about $2.50, and then like I said, I have to mark it up slightly to pay for the processing fees and everything. And by the time I'm done, I'm making, I think, about 50 cents at the most. On the 5 ounce rounds, I think I make about 2. But like I said, I dropped $4,000 in the last 2 months building inventory. Plus I have to pay for the Shopify site. And when it's over $50, I pay the shipping. I've seen guys, oh, this is almost the end of roll 17. We'll just finish the end of roll 17 out. What one do you think it is? Lol. There you go. I usually find a W in about every 2 boxes. In fact, box finds, my own, because I have my box finds and then personal box or hunted box finds for. There we go. Quarters for all years, I average 0.4 proofs per box, 0.5 W's per box, and a 0.5 either foreign or miscellaneous per box. I accidentally erased my penny sheet. No, 0.4 proofs. So out of every 5 boxes, I would get 2 proofs. And I've thought about maybe doing quarter hunts. But I don't know what I'd have to charge because I think a lot of it is stuff like me. I'm getting brand new boxes of halves every pickup. I don't know, probably over 30 now this year. And so I just have to dump them and send them back into circulation, which then thins out as many as you would normally hunt. I think maybe we'll do half a box. I don't know. Oh, good. I had a better version saved. I thought I deleted my pennies, which it wouldn't matter because I haven't hunted pennies this year, but still, I don't want to get rid of all my things. I've only got current year boxes on 2024 and 2025. And that's what these 3.5 boxes are, is a mix between the 2 years. One box will be 24 Denver, the other box will be 25 Philly. Well, the credit card payments, you don't have to accept. It's eBay that does that. Like just like on my Shopify, I don't have to set it up. It's just Shopify, when they check out, they collect the money and then they deposit the money minus their processing charge. So like if using PayPal, it's 3.49% and a 49-cent per transaction fee. So on eBay, you just set it up, and they do all the money. You just have to set up a... You don't even have to sign up for a PayPal. You can just hook it up straight to your bank account. Like on mine, when I would sell all the boxes of halves, like I'd sell them for $1,000, they would take their cut of 13.25% and then send me the money just directly to my bank. So I set up a PayPal for my YouTube stuff. I set up PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. And for PayPal, or for YouTube, I would say 48% of everything comes from PayPal, 48% comes from Cash App, and the other 4% is Venmo, money order, check, or not check, cash. I've had all those sent to me. But I did set one up as my personal and then set one up as a business. I've never used Zelle, so I'm not going to worry about it. But I already had, like for myself, I had Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. Now, if I'm using family, or you're in town, or you're doing whatever, if everybody's like, oh, just Venmo me. Oh, just Venmo me. But on here, very few times do I get Venmo. Like I said, the majority are PayPal and Cash App. That's why on my Shopify site, you don't even have to have a PayPal or anything. You can just use any credit card. But yeah, if you do it through eBay, yeah, Cash App and Venmo for business. That way the seller is protected, or the buyer is protected. So if the seller doesn't sell the product or give the product or whatever, Cash App and Venmo are 2.9% processing fee and a 39-cent per transaction fee. And PayPal is an extra 0.5%, so theirs are 3.49% and 49-cent transaction fee. So their transaction fee is basically 50 cents, which is 10 cents more. And the transaction fee or processing charge is 0.5% more. And for me, I just set it all up for business, and if it's something like the guy that I'm buying the majority of that copper, we just do PayPal, friends and family, and he insures it. But, you know, and he sends me the tracking and a picture of when he's sending it out and all that kind of thing, which, you know, I trust him. I've done business with him 3 times now, with large lots. But on mine, like for you guys, with my links, it is set up so that I get charged, but that is because, well, number one, I'm running it as a business, and I don't want it mixed with my personal. Because it's always good to keep your business and personal accounts separate. The only one I don't do that with is my credit union, because I deposit all my coin there. But everything that is deposited there, I mark it in the category as hobby. And then when I transfer it to another bank, my other bank, because that's where I have all my accounts go to for like Cash App and Venmo and stuff, for the business stuff, everything I transfer out, I label it as hobby, so I can keep track of in my one. Cool. Thanks, Garrett. Oh, VMC. I've got to write down VMC paid me. I was trying to remember what it was for. I figure it'd be nice to. Two 5-ounce rounds. I got plenty of 5-ounce rounds. Like I said, if you guys ever want, well, he bought the one. He did 2 super chats because it wouldn't let him do the amount he needed, and he does it through super chat instead of through like PayPal and things like that. And so it was the one 5-ounce round, but it was in 2 separate transactions. It's working. It was going to be 3, but I was just like, yeah, don't worry about it. And on my sales sheet, I just keep it separate as a separate way of paying. Yeah, his bank has got shipping covered. I'm one of those, some people being, it has to be this way. For me, it's like whatever works for you. I'm pretty easygoing. You know, you want to send a money order, send a money order. You want to send a check, send a check. I'll just hold the item until it clears. Not that I don't trust you, but you never know. You know, maybe someone hacked the account in the meantime. You want to send cash? That's your own risk. I've had people do it. I've done trades. In fact, I'm waiting for one to come in so I can see what it is and what to trade for. Because it'll be a surprise because it was sent to me without me knowing what was in it. But it's silver. I find very rarely do I find new ones in these quarters yet. This box is actually from April. I usually label my boxes of when I get them, so I know which ones are the oldest. So I kind of rotate through the old stock into the new stock and that sort of thing. Kind of FIFO. I'm sure most people have heard that if you have been in any kind of retail. FIFO is first in, first out. So that's why grocery stores, they do FIFO, which is why all the new product goes behind the old product, so that the old product gets spent first. And then you can do LIFO, which is last in, first out. And sometimes you do that because your costs were more on those items and the prices are higher at that time. So you're trying to get that now, even though in the long run it kind of washes, but it's basically like, okay, we had to spend more for these items, but we're selling them for more. And when they drop back down, our other items are going to be back at regular price. Hey, Isaiah Moses. So you've got different ways of tracking, just like I could track, you know, I track all the prices and then I average them for that round of what that round's average cost is. So instead of saying every single round's the same price and ones that cost me more get sold more quicker, but for less money, I'd be losing money if I had to hang on to everything else. So that's why I go, okay, for these, this set of wolves cost me X dollars. I have to raise it by X percent to cover my costs and fees and make just a couple bucks. So I put it for X dollars. Doesn't matter if one cost me $4 less and the other one cost me $4 more. I just cost average them, which is an easy way of keeping it simple. I do know people that will price each item compared to what they bought it for, which is difficult because if you bought it in a high price time, you're not going to get the high price dollar. You know, if you were buying, we'll just say of these Kennedys, and you had to spend $10 each, and then a year later they're only worth $5, and you're trying to sell them for $15, people are going to go, well, I can get them for $5. But yeah, on my site, $50 American gets free shipping. And I set it up so that, like with Canada, it's $100 Canadian, because you can put it in Canadian prices and see. But it equals to the same thing of 75 US. And the reason it's higher is because my shipping costs are higher to Canada. I can ship in the US for $7 to $10. That's why I just charge a flat rate fee, so that once in a while there might be one that was like $5.61 and another one might be $8.42, and it averages out to be within $1. So it's not like I'm making or losing money on shipping. Because I live in an area where most of my stuff, because they go by zones, which are how far away that location you're sending it to is. So if you're sending it somewhere that's, 400 miles away, it might be zone 2. Well, because of where I live, I would say probably 60% are zone 7. And the other 20% are zone 6 and 8. What packaging do I get to ship small items like giveaways? If it's a copper round, I use one of these things. So what I do is I put the round in here, and then fold it over, and I put them in here just because it's easier to get them out. So it's in there, and then I fold the top over, and then I tape it like this. Like this, I'll tape it all 4 sides, and then I'll tape up these 4 sides, and then I put it inside there. I put a piece of tape across this, and then I tape all 4 of these sides. Kind of origami. But if I'm sending 1 to 2 rounds, I can do that. Yeah, I just use well, this is the back side of them. I don't want to show the person's name, but just like the Avery ones you get on a sheet. And then I'm thinking about getting a label maker that spits them out with like my packing labels that would be about that big. Awesome, Jimmy. And then when I use the machine at work and then reimburse them, so it has that red stamp. So this is just I think this is a 4x6 kind of greeting card, just blank. I get them in packs of 25 or 30. I think they might be on my store. But I just get them and they come like this. 30 of the cards and 30 of the envelopes. if I'm sending something that's going to end up being bulkier, like say these wings, I do use a bubble mailer. And I try to make it so that sometimes I'll kind of wrap it in a little bit of padding or something. But basically figure out which way just fits the best. And then I will usually fold it down as far as I can and still place my label on it. And that I do to Canada with no problem. And then I do have boxes if like people like I had one that ended up being like 5 pounds of different copper and stuff. If you're sending just small, like coins, rounds, things, you know, just one size like that, it can't be more than 1/4 inch tall. And you have to spend the non-machinable, which is 58 cents or something, because it has to be hand canceled because it's lumpy. And I just bought a stamp off of Amazon. And I'm sure other people do it different ways. Yeah, you can use envelopes. The reason I use the cards is because they're thicker. So they do add a little weight, but with mine, when you have the 1 ounce and the protector, who was saying that they needed some 2025 women? I've got Ida Wells. And those envelopes and cards together cost me about 20 cents each. The flips cost me, I can't remember, 12 cents each or something. And then a coin envelope cost me like 2 cents each. So basically it cost me about 35 cents to send one, besides postage. But I also do it to protect it better than just a regular envelope. And I bought mine on Amazon. I found those to be the cheapest. In fact, I could put a link of those that I use on my store. And let's see if I even have that on my store. Because that's one of those that if you buy something from my store, I get some extra percentage. So when you come to the store here, these are stuff that I have that I buy personally. I buy these. I don't know why. I thought I had... See, I usually buy the 2-pack. And then you have the 100 pack, and these are a 100 pack of the 2x2s. This is the scale I use. This is like for weighing coins. Right here, blank cards and envelopes. That's one of the sets I have. I think I need to change it out for the other. But if you're buying a red book, you can do that. But yeah, these are the 2x2s. These are 2.5 by 2.5. Which I can show you the comparison. because this is the 1 ounce copper round in a 2x2 or 2.5 by 2.5. This is the copper round in the 2x2. They don't really look much different. Oh, let me go back, sorry. So this is the 2.5, this is the 2. You don't really notice it, but you're also going from the inside, not the outside. And I find these ones I use that I send out are 2x2 actually give you a little bit extra at the top. You can see where you have this extra little strip. So it's actually like a 2.25 by 2. And other ones are no extra strip. But there's the 5. So this is more for if you have a Morgan. Like if you send it in to be graded, you have to send them in these type of flips. And these would be Morgan size that you would use. But for $50, it's overkill. Whereas the 2x2 is the same size as, or bigger than a $50. So the 2x2 is definitely 95% of the way to go. Yeah, because even that half, I mean, this is what I send my 2x2s with. And you can see a $50 is smaller. And you can get smaller ones, but I wouldn't recommend them. Actually, I need to see. Because those aren't the same cards that I use. Actually, they are. They went up in price. That's why. But see, I'm looking at, instead of having to print all those single labels and everything, when I do the Shopify, I can have it so it just spits out a label. But if you do the little label maker, it's only like a 2-inch wide. So these you can get, it's the same as the 4x6 that you use for the shipping labels, but you can get a 1.5 by 3 or 2 by 3 type thing and make it easier to just have it spit out a label one by one. I use the fan fold of shipping labels. So I just usually throw things in my cart and then put them as watch item later, and then I usually forget about it until I'm needing it. What's funny is, of course, you'll put something on and the price and stuff will change. But when you come into this, and these I use, this is the exact same one I used this evening. I use this when I send the buns that are over £1. This is the same microscope, or very similar model if it's a newer one maybe. But I bought this one. And the reason I bought it was because it was orange and it was cheaper. And see, now it's $70 and the black is only $40. But when I bought it, it was the exact opposite. I didn't care what the color is. It could have been pink for all I cared. But once you get kind of the hang of it, it takes just a little bit of getting used to. So I wasted a few labels getting it set up correctly. But after that, I have absolutely no problem. Those are sticky. So if you've ever received anything from me, this is what I use. And so it prints it out. And then you just or if you put it around like you can. You know, once it's on there, it is harder to get off if it's on paper. But it's basically a big, like any of those you see that like Amazon uses on their packages. And these things are like, I mean, you know, you have to, I mean, who's going to be ripping a label in half? So that's why on here I have the I thought I had them. Oh, I know where it's at. I get the fan fold ones. And you want to make sure it says adhesive. So shipping labels, strong adhesive. These are the same ones that I bought, just in a bigger pack. Right now I've still probably got about 50 left, so I don't need to probably buy any, or these are 250, sorry, 240 I mean. But they do have bigger packs, I believe. But they turn out to be 2 cents each. And it looks like right now they're on sale for $6. But that's the, you know, the exact same ones that I use. Like, they stick on boxes, you know, bubble wrap or bubble mailers. Yeah, the black one, like I said, I got the orange because orange was cheaper. And I need to set up, oh, good link. Well, I can set that up later, but I'll put that in my store also. I thought I had it, but I guess not. If I'm here, there we go. Let me see which ones those were. There we go. Now I'm just gotta find. So now if you look, there's like in this black one, right now you have a coupon for $35.19. So you're saving $4.80 off of it. I don't ever buy the protection plans. I say no. On here, my thing shows unavailable, but it's because it's orange. So if you click that, you can go right there, and the label's right behind it. These are, like I said, that's a 50-pound scale. I could have got a 75, but no. The microscopes and that sort of thing. This is these little tiny scales, they whack out often, so I don't buy the expensive. I've tried the expensive and it still whacks out. These are the cards I use. These are top loaders for my currency. If you're looking for the books and stuff, like the red books, Cherry Picker's Guide, all that. And just like non-machinable. So if you're looking at doing stuff yourself, check out my store, and if there's other ideas, I can always add more things to it for you. But I've been happy with that orange one. It takes a couple seconds before it starts spitting out, but after that it's simple. Yeah, the one I had, I don't know if it got dropped or whatever, but even nothing on it, it would say that it would weigh. You'd tear it out and it would tear to 0. You'd put something on that was like a quarter, and it would say it was like 2 ounces. It's like, that's not 2 ounces. So I got another one. I even got a set of little like 1 gram, 5 gram, 10 gram type thing that you could put on and calibrate it. And this one I've never had a problem with. This is the one I just got. You can lift the lid if you want, which I don't know why, because if you're doing a package, you'd easier just set it on top. But you can do kilograms or pounds, and you can go up to 50 in increments of 0.1 ounces. That's what I used to send the last package that was 5 pounds, 4 ounces of multiple orders and stuff that was just waiting for things to come in. But that one I bought just a few weeks ago. Was someone saying that they were needing still 2 lady quarters from 25? This is a 25 Denver, and it is the Ida B. Wells. So if you're looking for certain ones, holler, because I do come across a few. And I always look at the mint mark because there are nifsies. Because you will see that they will be a San Francisco, but they are not a proof. Is that one you need, IT? It's weird. I do know that there's a few people that have problems keeping subscriptions and stuff on YouTube. It like will not renew, and I've had that happen a couple times where it just said, you know, you're not subscribed, and I'm like, what? And for some reason it just glitched in my card. I reset it back up and then it was fine. But yeah, if you give me whatever year and mint of which kind, if I come across them in these type of hunts, I'll pull them out for you. I don't come across new ones often. But so far tonight we did find that. W. I'll do 2 more rolls and then I'll scope these and then we'll call it a night. And the scope I have is a hand-me-down, so it was used, but I would definitely look at buying it again, which is why I put it on my site. Amazon site store. Everything on there is either stuff I've used or I know is a good product. Like the MS-70 I've never bought because I don't have anything to use it on. And I don't have enough nickels to, for buffalo nickels to nicotate. So I know it's a good product, it's just, it would be no use to me unless I had tons of them. Yeah, if there's certain mints or anything like that, any certain years, see, that's a 24, it's a, no idea. Oh, Dr. Mary Edwards Walker. I was going to say I'll have to take them to the bank tomorrow, but the bank's not going to be open. It's for Juneteenth. Alright, last roll, and then we'll scope the ones I've done. Yeah, no problem. Like I said, just send me a list of what ones you need, and if I come across them in hunts, I'll pull them out for you. TSF5, thanks for coming and for winning the giveaway tonight. One of them. It's a 24 Patsy Takameo. Takes me a while before I start finding ones that have been in circulation. It's like for 2026s and stuff, I probably won't even see them until mid-year, which is starting about now. Got last 6 Jeffersons I need on the way. And don't forget, you still have this 2026 I have for you. Because I can always send it in just a regular envelope if you need. All right. Move that over there. Move these over here. Move these to here, move these to here, move these to here. Move these to here. Hang on to it. Okay. Yeah, I have it sitting here just for whenever you decide you do it. It's not a big deal. It's just sending a letter. I mean, if I have a package or something to give, then, you know, obviously I'd include it, but normally I don't even scope these. I can usually see them, but I want to sit there and look at every single one up close while... Yeah, I don't have any of the 26s. The only 2026 coin I have is a roll of nickels and the dime. That's okay. I'm just scoping this stuff here, and then I'll be closing it down. And so yeah, the only ones I have are a roll of 26 nickels and one 2026 dime, like one single dime. Hey, YouTube EH, thanks. Alright, let's check these other ones. '83 Spitting Eagle. Bicentennial DDO. Get a couple out of the Mayflower to send you all. Email when you find out which women quarters I need. Thanks for everything. Yeah, definitely. I will be getting. Excuse me. My sister has gotten me 10 boxes of nickels so far that I've bought from her. She'll be bringing up on the 4th from Gilbert, Arizona. Phoenix, basically. She's got them from Wells Fargo. They're sealed tall boy boxes. So we will have a variety of ones to search. So once I get those will be an option for everybody. '69. I need Denver. Which those are. And it's a D over rotated D and a D over D. Nope. 68s are Denver. And it's a DDR. Only got one. It ends up. It's a 66 is DDRs. That's just horrible, but you can see it's not. It's too worn down even if it was. And 65 are both DDO and DDR. I have found a 65 DDO. The first place you can definitely tell is like on the serifs of the E and B and all that. I haven't found the 65 DDR. I need to pull it out and find it so I can show you guys for when we come across them. I can't remember which version of it I have, but I think I have the one that stands out the most. That is definite. Like, you look at it and go, oh yeah. Last one. Well, that's it for tonight. Pulled out the 24 and 5 women quarters, but so far we have found a W. I will try to get emails and things set up or looked through. I already do have some wait lists for some of those 10 ounce and stuff, so if you come across them, and even 5 ounce, if you come across one you like I said, shoot me an email. I'll start making a list of, if this comes in, this person gets it first, this person can get it second, that sort of thing. Excuse me. Yeah, sorry. Nickels. No, this isn't what I want. No, that's not right either. Oh, because it's mine. Duh. I'm looking at the wrong stupid thing. There we go. Box finds purchased. Nickels. We had 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. 40s we had 3. The 50s we had 14. 09 we had 2. 124 and nothing extra. That was frills 40. So anyway, that's it for now. You guys have a good night. We will see you Monday. The box is available as of right now, as far as I know. So if you want to battle, if you want to put in for it, if only one person battles and someone else wants a full box, I'll just put you in line until I get another battle person. But if you want a full box, and 2 people have already done battle spots, then you'll be next in line for the next spot. So I will have 1 box left for Monday. I do not have a box for Thursday, so I'll probably just open some more coins for me like I do after the stream. So there you go. Thank you, everybody. We will get this all done up and sent out, probably on, hopefully tomorrow, but it'll probably be Monday before things start going out. But I appreciate you guys. 2 new members. 2 members gifted. IT super chatted. And VMC sent some super chat for an item he wants. And that's about it. So we'll see ya on Monday at 5:30. Good night.